Somebody's got a duck for Will here, I guess. So I want you guys to be somewhat careful about going outside. There's an elderly lady right now that they're being treated by the fire truck. I guess she was taking a walk. It's not one of our delegates. She was taking a walk somewhere here and actually, well, thank you, actually fainted. So be careful. It's going to be extremely hot today, is my understanding. And but somebody is telling me, April is telling myself and Gloria, were just sitting down meeting this morning, and she was saying yesterday, somebody here in the crowd, of course, talking about the heat we felt all yesterday. A lot of us felt it in this room, and but yet no one moved, no one left. You know, it shows the resilience of our people. But somebody, I guess, in a table was saying, well, let's not forget, when the Métis were meeting back then, there was no air conditioning, there was no fans. They were in a hot days traveling for miles in the Red River carts out in the sun, and they pulled it through. So, and you did the same yesterday. I want to really apologize also for some of those that got cut off because of bandwidth is called. This is way out of my league, and probably most of you, my elders here in the crowd, I don't know too much about IT language, but it's called bandwidth. You get more room, I guess, to do more with your internet. Because there was so many people, so many people, and all over, all the way from Toronto, Ottawa to Vancouver, you name it. And so they were, and of course upstairs, I apologize, upstairs are packed up there themselves, and but they're resilient up there too. So, and they would love to all be here, but there's not even a hall that can carry us today, you know, like, and I sure as hell ain't gonna go to the RBC Center downtown, because my elders told me never, ever allow us to go there again, because the nightmare they had with parking, traffic, and the hardship, and then the rules that come with the unions that run these institutions. We can't do our own thing. Here, this is owned by Peguis First Nation, and Manley is the manager here, and he stretches as far as he can for us to enjoy and be who we are. So Manley, wherever you are, thank you very much for always respecting our rules, our needs. So today we have some resolutions we got to get, and I tell you, I admire when I see Murray Trachtenberg walking around today. He's just walking around like a peacock with his new vest now, just showcasing it for everyone to see. So he said, should I wear it tomorrow? You're damn right you better wear it if you're coming to our house. So clearly he's so proud to be honored by you and honored by our people, and to carry the Métis with him, because he's been carrying it for 26 years in court battles and defending our rights, defending our government in any aspect and any challenge that comes our way. So Mark has finally showed up. So looking at his puffy eyes, he finally showed up. Will Goodon's lost. We don't know where the hell he is. So, Willie. Yeah. Anyways, but let's enjoy today. We haven't. I don't think it's going to take 2 hours with Lieutenant Governor and the Premier on the 70th Jubilee medals that are being selected. Now, I seen a press release that's going out, and I'm making some changes. I was trying to get hold of Kat, but April will address that. One of the things that says on there that, without doubt, like the people that are being honored have played a pivotal role in the advancement of our nation. But I want to make sure there's a sentence in there. I said, if I look in this room, there are so many people that made a big difference to make this government what it is today. So there's so many that can be chosen. But in this September AGA, as you know, we have our own coins. We did it years ago when we first bought the L'Oreal coins, and we bought several thousand. And there was a reason that we bought that. And we bought it to make sure that in the future we can honor our people. So September, some of you will be selected to receive the coin that you can carry somewhere in your home, and it'll be all beautifully designed and set up, and you will be selected. And I'd like to get some names from locals to send it our way. Elders, youth leaders, people leaders, community leaders, you send them our way. So I want to make sure that when we look at them and we organize, that we invite them to come and be honored in September. And we expect hundreds to come that should be honored for all the years of work they've done and the difference they've made in our everyday life. So let's make sure we honor them in September. And I'm gonna, this event is cut for 2 hours. Like this morning, it don't take long. There's a few resolutions just for, it's really for legal reasons, we got to get the resolutions done and to move forward to the next stage. And so the work yesterday was the heavy lifting, and that was, I tell you, emotional. I was such, and you could feel it in the room. I'm telling you, just feel it. And I tell you, you saw I was emotional, and as I see, I've been at this battle for so damn long, and try to get us where we need to be, and finding now that your emotions are the same as mine, and the feeling yesterday, the glowing faces, the tears that are shed, you all feel exactly what it is we needed to do. We all needed to do this. And I want to say something to the new, we'll call them Métis. They're always been Métis. They're joining us in Toronto, Ottawa. Those are people from the Red River. They're not these Ontario fakes. And I call them fakes because they're thieves. And I'm not nice to them because I'll tell you what, I hate anybody come to steal something that is ours. And I will defend it. That's why I say it that way. I say it. And like I say, and I mean what I say, I truly mean what I say, is that go get your own heroes. Go get your own culture. If you want to call yourself a Métis of the East, then go do your own thing. But don't try to steal our history and take it to Eastern or by Toronto or Ottawa, by Quebec, and say, this is us. You're not us. So always remember that. Let no one tell you different and try to trick you differently. So, because they describe 4 different Métis or 5 different Métis people in Ontario, all making you believe that they're talking about the same person. They're not. So, but the point here is I want to send a message to all those that are still coming home today. We see some from the United States that came all the way here. Chris and his sister came from Vancouver, and your sister, Chris, I think you're here somewhere, came from where? Way to hell somewhere. She drove in anyway, or flew in. Where's Chris? He's somewhere here. Maybe he's upstairs. Huh? Oh, way in the back. There he is. Where did your sister come from, Chris? Calgary. She drove in from Calgary. She wanted to be here. And Chris came in from Vancouver. He wanted to be here. Some came last night. They talked to me. They came from the United States. They wanted to be here. Those are our family. And we're going to embrace them with all we have, and we're going to hug them with all we have. And for those people listening in the internet world right now, watching us and saying, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I should feel proud because I've never really been Métis before. I'm just becoming now because I had my family hid our identity. Let me tell you, your family hid your identity to protect the children. If your family didn't hide their identity then, you may not even be born today, because they could have been killed, murdered, or a lot of things could have happened to them. So let's make it clear, your family, you're welcome home. We're going to embrace you. You come home. You know, we're going to bring you home to our beautiful territories, and we own the Northwest. It's ours. And for those in British Columbia, as Christum know, the Métis Nation of British Columbia, they got denied a self-government agreement. And I'll tell you why. Because they're claiming their historical control and rights to the lands of British Columbia and Vancouver and all those Okanagans and all those other, that is not us. Those are our people. They left here, they went there, but that province already was created. And so you cannot now declare control over those lands because you never had control over those lands. So, but we are above their plan, and we are negotiating right now with the First Nation tribes and leaders in British Columbia, where we'll set a treaty amongst ourselves that they will allow us to hunt in their territory in British Columbia under our Section 35 rights. We're negotiating that right now as the Métis of the Red River to honor them, and they've honored us back. They said, without a doubt, we know the Métis of the Red River are Section 35 rights holders. So the reciprocating partnership is really starting to grow. And Clement, our ambassador, is leading that. He's somewhere here. Oh, there he is. Clement actually was quite honored. This morning he texted me, and he wanted to say, this is the biggest, and he's been a lawyer. And I remember the days when he was driving around, and I told this story in a van, sleeping in a van, getting paid bannock and bologna sandwiches because we had no money to pay him. And he was fighting for a hunting rights. And I'll always respect that all my life. And Clem last night said this was the most how do you say it again? Momentous time for him in his entire career, in his entire political career of 50 years, to be part of this. This touched his heart big time. And a late friend of ours, and I spoke of him many moons ago, you may remember this, He was under the Harper government. His name was Chuck Straw. He was the Minister for Indigenous Affairs for Harper. And of course, Harper did not like the MMF because we supported Paul Martin, who first used the word Métis Nation and fought vigorously to protect that. And I was very proud of Paul Martin, always will be, still my friend today. But Chuck Straw, even though thank you, take this duck too, and even though Chuck Straw understood that Harper was really giving us a hard time, he cut all our funding, he stopped our funding, and on and on. But Chuck Straw never swayed from creating a partnership with us. He was that was his boss, but he never stopped being our friend. And he took us to Juno Beach. He made sure the veterans were respected. He was working on a deal with the veterans. And so he was always there for us. And he's retired. He had cancer and he got out of politics. His son actually won the riding after. And this morning I'm looking at my emails and texts, and there is a text from Chuck Straw. And he must be watching it in British Columbia or somehow, or read the news or saw the news. And he said, I am so proud of you as a people getting what you're moving on your treaty. He said, I know you're a once forgotten people, but let me tell you, no more. So thank you, Chuck Straw. If you're watching this morning, I want to thank you for respecting that and showing that we matter. So I'm going to turn it back to the chairs. We'll deduct them something of a payment later on. They're late this morning, both of them. That's why I had to jump to the stage to try to take some time up. Yeah, now. Huh? He was where? He's a fake. Don't listen to him. He was just trying to help you. He's hoping you. No, I'm just joking. Yeah, Mark has got a great honor. And oh, there's Will. I can't tell you with your white shirt on without your and your cap and stand up. People see it so they know who you are, because that bald head is one obvious, but there's other stuff there. There you go. Okay, so enjoy the rest of the day, and don't forget, there's going to be a lot of fun after the Lieutenant Governor Premier move here. There's going to be a ton of prizes. I know silent auction, but there is going to be a lot of giveaways, because we want to make this not just an extraordinary General Assembly, a very special assembly. So I hope you guys win. By the way, there's as you all know, we have those fire pits from the colony. That's going to be out for free for anybody that's registered. All those listening are registered too, across all over Toronto to Vancouver in the United States. They too have a chance to win. And it comes not only with a barbecue, it comes with 4 chairs and on and on and on and on and on. You're going to go home loaded, some of you, if you're lucky. And some of you, don't get mad, don't get jealous. They win, say good for them. Okay.
Thank you, President Chartrand. Hey, listen, I know it's Sunday, and I know a lot of people, didn't get a chance to go to church today. So I'd just like to say the Lord's Prayer. If you guys stand with me and Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Okay, as I said earlier, we're going to, the remote locations didn't get to see those 2 videos, so we're going to do those 2 videos again. The one about the Pope visit, and the other is the introduction of the treaty. So for our online guests, includes my brother who voted yesterday, lives in Toronto, but he was in Chile working at a mine, and he voted yesterday too. He texted me after, he was so proud.
The MMF is, at 30 years old, a well-established institution in the province of Manitoba. I'm proud to serve you as your president, and I hope the challenges that we take on as board will accomplish some of your visions and dreams.
We will get our rights, ladies and gentlemen. We will get them only if we stick together.
This nation, the Métis Nation, will bow its head to no one.
We will publish a book when this is all right, guarantee you that, to tell not only this province, to tell this country, but to tell the world who we are and what happened to us.
You have one mission only. One mission is to advance your nation and advance your people.
We're in the next phase of our history, and we're about to see massive change coming.
We're back into Confederation, and our life's going to change forever. So thank you very much.
We're accomplishing what they denied Louis. We're accomplishing the treaty that was promised to us in 1870. We're now finding that this treaty should bring us to a place in Confederation in this country where we will be treated with the honor and respect that we should have always been treated.
We had our own pride. We had to keep it to ourselves. Not anymore.
You as a family will have to have a chance to make that decision to let your child dream big.
It feels like home. It feels like everything I've been waiting for.
We've waited a long time to be treated as humans.
I've had a good mom who taught me never give up, who made me work hard, who taught me the fact and the seriousness of your principles of who you are.
I think about my child going to university and having the help of the Manitoba Métis Federation. I feel like that makes my ancestors smile.
I'm fortunate to have a good wife who understands the politics, understands that I'm not going to be home, and I'm hardly ever home. But I have her backing.
It hits me here hard, right? It's very emotional at times. My late dad is gone now, and I wish he could see all this.
I'm a fighter, and I always will be a fighter till my last breath. If I can keep on changing people's lives until I leave this world, I will do it all the way, without hesitation.
In 2023, the Red River Métis have taken a giant leap forward in regaining our rightful place in Canada's Confederation through the advancement of our modern-day treaty. Throughout the first half of the year, the MMF, the national government of the Red River Métis, has been consulting with citizens about the treaty, both within the borders of Manitoba and beyond these arbitrary boundaries that were never of our making. If there is one thing that has been made clear by our citizens, it is that our nation understands that all our advancements simply would not have been possible without the tireless leadership, advocacy, and efforts of our elected officials, including our dedicated cabinet members, and of course, our president, David Chartrand.
We are going to start being proud of who we are.
Don't you ever forget where you come from.
Okay. I remember when I first met that guy, and it was at an MNC assembly. And back then, Clem will remember this, the presidents of each of the governing members had the total say. And David came to fought and to give the General Assembly members, who were all, from each of the boards, gave them the power to vote. And he was so strident, and that was the first major democratization of the Métis Nation. And that's when he had darker hair than then. Because it's like Clem said yesterday, he's been working on this for nearly 50 years. I started on our self-government file, tabling the self-government resolutions with the premiers and the prime ministers 39 years ago. And finally, we're here, and we'll get her done in Parliament this year. But you know, Murray was said yesterday, you know, we made a bunch of changes on those resolutions for the, with the treaty, but it has some consequential impacts on our existing governance structure and constitution. And so Murray and Genevieve, you want to come up? Genevieve? Some people call her Genevieve, I like Genevieve. And Murray, so they're going to take us through these amendments that we have to do just for legal purposes. And so Murray's going to start, so.
Morning, everybody. So just before I start, and I'll explain what we're going to do and why we're doing it this morning, I want to take a moment. Yesterday was one of those rare occasions when your lawyer really was stuck for words. I was quite overwhelmed, but I've recovered. And so this morning, I want to start by thanking President Chartrand, Cabinet, all of you, the talented Métis artisan, Amy McPherson, who made it, for this beautiful and unique vest, and for the honor you gave me. I will wear it with pride and a deep sense of appreciation for the blessing I have, for the relationship I have with the Red River Métis. All right, business. So we have 3 resolutions today, and on your program, you'll see the word consequential resolutions. So what are we talking about? These resolutions are being brought to you and brought to the Assembly today as a consequence of your historic ratification yesterday of the treaty, because this is business that has to be done to carry out the intent and give effect to the treaty, and to make some changes so that when we get to the effective date, that date when the treaty gets royal assent and becomes law, these things are in place. And so the process that we're going to do is that Genevieve and I are going to actually read the resolutions, and I know the movers and seconders will be coming to the microphone. And then we'll give a bit of an explanation as to why we're doing this, why the resolution is being brought here. And then the chair will call for questions, I guess, and ultimately a vote. So we're going to start, and you have all of these in your kits. There are 3 resolutions. We're starting with resolution number 2. And I would ask that the mover, Minister Mayer, and Minister Fleury, who are here, come to a microphone near you. And I will read the resolution. I understand that after I've read it, there's going to be a friendly amendment, and I'll explain the purpose of that after. And I believe Minister Carrier and Minister Ledoux will be moving the friendly amendment. So they might want to go to the microphone as well. So this is a resolution of the Manitoba Métis Federation Extraordinary General Assembly, June 3-4, 2023, to continue Manitoba Métis Federation, Inc. into the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act and resulting constitutional amendment. Whereas the Red River Métis anticipates entering into the Manitoba Métis Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Treaty, which is to be ratified by the Red River Métis at an extraordinary General Assembly and by the Canadian Parliament by federal implementation legislation. And whereas the Manitoba Métis Federation, MMF, was required to incorporate Manitoba Métis Federation, Inc., MMF, Inc., under the Corporations Act, CCSMC 225, the Manitoba Corporations Act, in order to conduct financial and administrative affairs of the Red River Métis. And whereas the MMF Inc. is governed by existing bylaws titled the Manitoba Métis Federation and the Manitoba Métis Federation Inc. Constitution, MMF Constitution, which includes bylaw number 1, the election bylaw, bylaw number 2, and the local bylaw, bylaw number 3. And whereas it is in the best interests of the Red River Métis that MMF Inc. be continued into the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act, SC 2000 C23, the Federal NFP Act, under Section 211 to facilitate the transfer of assets from MMF Inc. to the Red River Métis. And whereas the MMF Constitution as amended will continue to constitute the bylaws of MMF Inc. under the Federal NFP Act, which is anticipated to be temporary pending the completion of the treaty and the transfer of assets to the Red River Métis. And whereas a resolution in substantially the same form to this resolution was adopted and approved by the MMF Cabinet at a meeting of February 27, 2023. Therefore be it resolved as a special resolution of the voting members of the Manitoba Métis Federation, Inc., that this Manitoba Métis Federation Extraordinary General Assembly, 1, directs and authorizes the MMF Cabinet take all necessary steps pursuant to Section 182 of the Manitoba Corporations Act to continue MMF Inc. into the Federal NFP Act. 2, approves the articles of continuance in the form attached to this resolution. 3, directs and authorizes the MMF Cabinet for and on behalf of MMF Inc. to do any and all acts and execute such documents as may be necessary or desirable to carry out and give effect to the continuance of MMF Inc., the execution of any such document or the doing of any such other act being conclusive evidence of such determination. And further be it resolved that 4, the MMF Constitution is hereby affirmed as the bylaws of the MMF Inc. 5, the following amendment to the MMF Constitution be enacted, effective as of the date of the continuance into the Federal NFP Act. Article 2, subsection 4D of the Manitoba Métis Federation and the Manitoba Métis Federation Inc. Constitution, bylaw number 1, be revised to replace the Corporations Act with the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act so that it reads as follows. Citizens and members described in Article 4, Sub 4A and 4B are the members of the Manitoba Métis Federation, Inc., as referred to in the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act. And I understand it's being moved by Minister Mayer and seconded by Minister Fleury.
Minister Mayer, do you so move?
I do.
Minister Fleury, do you second that?
I second that motion.
Okay. Is there, and I just before we call a question, there's a friendly amendment to this, which you're going to go through now first? Okay, Minister Carrier.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Carrier, Minister for the National Government of the Red River Métis. I would like to propose a friendly amendment. I move that the resolution be amended to insert the word substantially after the words articles of continuance in and before the words the form attached in paragraph 2 of the resolution.
Before I ask for a seconder on that, can I ask if the mover of the original motion and the seconder are okay with that amendment.
I agree.
To accept the amendment.
Okay, so is there a seconder now for the friendly amendment?
Minister Joan Ledoux seconds that.
Okay, all right. Now, this is just, you know, Murray's been our corporate lawyer for 26 years, and you know, you can see how fastidious he is. You know, he's really a keener. And so he's made all of these amendments, brought them forward to cabinet. Cabinet's reviewed them. So is there any discussion on this motion? Do I hear a question? Question's been called. All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? It's carried. Yeah. Okay.
So I thought I'd just spend a couple minutes and explain the purpose of this. And for those of you who've heard our presentation in the treaty consultations, you'll have heard this before, but for those of you who have not, in particular, let me outline it. Recall yesterday in the presentation on the treaty, we talked about how the Red River Métis is now the legal person. And we talked about that all the assets currently held by the corporation somehow have to be transferred over to the new legal person, the Red River Métis. But from corporate law, we had some complications. The first complication is that currently MMF Inc. is a Manitoba incorporated corporation. But Manitoba is not signing off on the treaty, and we needed to find a vehicle to help with that movement of assets. So I mentioned yesterday Michael Welters, who is a partner with Jim Aldridge and is leading fiscal and tax. Michael has a lot of corporate experience, and ultimately we hit upon this plan. We're taking the MMF Inc. out of provincial jurisdiction. We're moving it temporarily into federal jurisdiction. That's why it talks about the Federal Not-for-Profit Act. Once it's under federal jurisdiction, the treaty, and there is a provision in the treaty that says once that is completed, then on effective date by operation of law and in accordance with the jurisdiction that Parliament has over federal corporations, all the assets, all the debts, all the legal claims, lawsuits, whatever, are going to what in law is called vest. It's like a magic wand. By operation of law, everything is going to move into the Red River Métis. And in fact, once that's done, MMF Inc. will have served its purpose. It will cease to exist, and the true transition to self-government out of that corporate form will be complete. So what you've authorized today is to allow for this transition planning to be put into place, and it was necessary to get your approval to do this corporate shuffle that I've outlined.
The Trachtenberg shuffle. I checked with David Gray and to see how they voted online, and I can now say that resolution was unanimous by all of the members, all the citizens. Genevieve's going to take us to the next one.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, so the next resolution that we're going to go through contains some necessary amendments to our Constitution. And although you're being asked to pass this resolution today, this resolution won't actually take effect. The changes will not take effect until the effective date of the treaty. So once there's implementation legislation that gives effect to the treaty, that's when these changes will come into effect. So it is yet to be a little bit of time before the changes will be made to the Constitution. So with that, I'm going to pull up the resolution number 3, please. This is a resolution of the Manitoba Métis Federation Extraordinary General Assembly, June 3-4, 2023, to amend the MMF Constitution to reflect the Red River Métis Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Treaty. Whereas on July 6, 2021, the Manitoba Métis Federation, MMF, and Canada signed the Manitoba Métis Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Agreement, MMSGRIA, which immediately recognized the MMF as the pre-existing democratic representative government of the Red River Métis, which has the responsibility of providing responsible and accountable self-government to its citizens. And whereas the MMSGRIA recognize that the Red River Métis have an existing constitution titled the Manitoba Métis Federation and the Manitoba Métis Federation Inc. Constitution, MMF Constitution, which includes bylaw number 1, the election bylaw, bylaw number 2, and the local bylaw, bylaw number 3. And whereas the MMF was required to incorporate the Manitoba Métis Federation Inc. under the Corporations Act, CCSM, CC225.
Okay, this is the job I hate the most, is trying to tell people to keep quiet so others can hear. So especially at the back there, if you guys want to go and visit, there's a nice little tent out there. You go visit out there and there's a little bit of a breeze, but we really got to get this work done. So let's keep the noise down. And John, be able to speak closer to the mic.
Okay, I'm going to restart the paragraph. And whereas, sorry, I'm going to fix this. And whereas the MMF was required to incorporate the Manitoba Métis Federation Inc. under the Corporations Act, CCSM, CC225, in order to conduct the financial and administrative affairs, which necessarily required some of the language within the MMF Constitution to be corporate in nature. And whereas the Red River Métis anticipates entering into the Red River Métis Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Treaty, the treaty, which is to be ratified by the Red River Métis at an Extraordinary General Assembly and by the Parliament of Canada by federal implementation legislation. And whereas the MMF Constitution will require changes to reflect the treaty. And whereas a resolution in substantially the same form to this resolution was adopted and approved by the MMF Cabinet at a meeting of February 27, 2023. Therefore, be it resolved that the Manitoba Métis Federation Extraordinary General Assembly, 1, affirms that the MMF Constitution is the Constitution of the Red River Métis, as developed by the people, subject to the following amendments, which will take effect on the effective date of the treaty. A, the title of the MMF Constitution, which states Manitoba Métis Federation and the Manitoba Métis Federation Inc. Constitution, is hereby deleted and the following is therefore substituted. Manitoba Métis Federation Constitution. B, the preamble in its entirety is hereby deleted and the following is therefore substituted. Whereas the Red River Métis is one of the Aboriginal peoples of Canada referred to in Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982. Whereas the Red River Métis emerged from and lived in the historic Northwest, and this territory is referred to today as the Red River Métis homeland. Whereas the Manitoba Métis Federation is the democratic and self-governing representative body of the Red River Métis. And whereas the Red River Métis comprises citizens, settlements, also known as local communities, and traditional territories, and is defined by a common identity, culture, language, history, and, among other things, social and kinship relationships. C, the title of bylaw number 1, which states Manitoba Métis Federation and the Manitoba Métis Federation Inc. Constitution, bylaw number 1, is hereby deleted and the following is therefore substituted. Part 1, General. All references throughout the Constitution to bylaw number 1 will be amended to reflect this change. D, the title of bylaw number 2, which states Manitoba Métis Federation and the Manitoba Métis Federation Inc. Election bylaw, bylaw number 2, is hereby deleted and the following is therefore substituted. Part 2, Elections. All references throughout the Constitution to bylaw number 2 will be amended to reflect this change. E, the title of bylaw number 3, which states Manitoba Métis Federation and the Manitoba Métis Federation, Inc. Local bylaw, bylaw number 3, is hereby deleted and the following is therefore substituted. Part 3, locals. All references throughout the Constitution to bylaw number 3 will be amended to reflect this change. F, throughout the MMF Constitution, the words bylaw and bylaws, wherever they appear, are replaced with the word Constitution except as follows. I, Part 1, General, Article 4, subsection 4A, where it is replaced with the words Red River Métis Laws. I, Part 1, General, Article 13, subsection 2E, where it is replaced with the words parts of this Constitution. I, throughout where there is reference to the Constitution and the bylaws or a bylaw of the MMF, the reference to bylaws will be deleted. And throughout Part 2, elections, where the words this bylaw have been replaced with this part, other than in Article 2, subsection 6, 7, and 17, and Article 31, subsection 2. G, Part 1, Article 2 in its entirety is hereby deleted and the following is therefore substituted. Article 2, Fundamental Provisions. 1. This Manitoba Métis Federation Constitution, MMF Constitution, or the Constitution, is the supreme law of all Red River Métis laws. 2. In the event of an inconsistency or conflict between this Constitution and the provisions of any Red River Métis law, the Red River Métis law is, to the extent of the inconsistency or conflict, of no force or effect. H, the title of Part 1, Article 5, which states Article 5, termination of citizenship or membership, is hereby deleted and the following is therefore substituted. Article 5, disqualification of citizenship or membership. I, Part 1, Article 5, subsection 1, in its entirety is hereby deleted and the following is therefore substituted. 1, citizenship or membership will, 1, not be issued to an individual who would otherwise be eligible, or 2, terminate if they are A, enrolled as a citizen or member on the register or list of another Indigenous collectivity, government, or organization as defined in the Red River Métis Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Treaty, the treaty, that is recognized by Canada. B, enrolled as a participant, citizen, or member under any treaty or land claims agreement within the meaning of the Constitution Act 1982, to which the Red River Métis is not a party. C, included in a banned list or in the Indian Register under the provisions of the Indian Act. Or D, included in a register or list of citizens or members of an Indigenous people outside of Canada. J, a new Part 1, Article 5, subsection 2 be added as follows. 2, Part 1, Article 5, subsection 1 does not apply if an individual is unable to revoke their participation, citizenship, or membership in another Indigenous collectivity, government, or organization. The MMF Cabinet will develop regulations to govern the application and implementation of this subsection. K, a new Part 1, Article 5, subsection 3 be added as follows. 3, citizenship or membership will also terminate on the happening of one or more of the following events. A, death. B, it is determined by the MMF that citizenship or membership was granted as a result of the citizen or member, I, misrepresenting that they are Métis, or II, providing false information or documentation related to the application for citizenship or membership, or III, concealing information which was required to be provided to the MMF as part of the application process. L, as a result of the new Article 5, subsections 2 and 3 being added, the current Article 5, 2, and 3 be renumbered to 4 and 5. M, Part 1, Article 8 is amended to add the following sections. 3, executive powers of the Red River Métis will be exercised by the MMF cabinet. 4, the MMF cabinet has sole jurisdiction over all revenues, assets, expenditures, and liabilities, and the MMF cabinet will be accountable to the Assembly. N, Part 1, Article 13, Section 2E be revised to delete for the regulation of the affairs of the MMF so that it reads as follows. E, subject to the provisions of this Constitution, citizens may, by resolution of 60% of the citizens in actual attendance at the AGA, make and approve, change, or revoke parts of this Constitution. O, Part 1, Article 16 be repealed and replaced with the following new Article 16. Article 16, Legislative Powers. 1, Assembly means an annual General Assembly or an extraordinary General Assembly. 2, subject to this Constitution, legislative powers of the Red River Métis shall be exercised by the Assembly, except as may be delegated by the Assembly from time to time. 3, the Assembly may make rules and orders concerning the carrying out of its business and the business of its committees, including the issue of a tie and duration of sittings and meetings. 4, the procedures set out in Article 15 apply to enactment of legislation, as if the proposed legislation were a proposed amendment to the Constitution. 5, legislation is enacted by the Assembly when A, the legislation has been introduced and considered by the Assembly in accordance with any applicable rules of the Assembly, and B, the legislation has been passed by the Assembly in accordance with any applicable rules, but those rules must require at least a simple majority of the attendees at the Assembly who vote on the proposed legislation to vote in favor of the legislation. 6, all Red River Métis laws will be posted in a public registry of Red River Métis laws. 7, a copy of the Red River Métis law deposited at the public registry of Red River Métis laws is conclusive evidence of the provisions of that law. 8, the Assembly may pass resolutions advising the MMF cabinet of its wishes in respect of the MMF's cabinet's exercise of executive powers. P, a new Article 19 is added to the end of Part 1 of the MMF Constitution. Article 19, Transition. 1, on the effective date of the treaty, those MMF cabinet members, MMF regional and local executives, tribunal and committee members, and MMF officers and appointees will continue to act in those roles until expiry of their current terms in accordance with this Constitution and Red River Métis laws. 2, the laws of the Red River Métis posted in the Red River Métis Registry of Laws as of the effective date of the treaty continue as the laws of the Red River Métis until amendment, repeal, or replacement in accordance with this Constitution. Q, Part 2, Article 2, Section 9 is amended to delete the word 7 so that the paragraph reads as follows. 19, region means one of the regions of the MMF created in accordance with the Constitution of the MMF. Moved by Minister Mayor, seconded by Minister Carrier.
Mr. Mayor, do you move that?
Minister Mayor, I so move.
Mr. Carrier, do you second that?
Andrew Carrier, I second that motion.
Okay. Then all I gotta say is holy. You guys get paid by the word? Holy smokes. And the next one is even more wordy. So we have a question from Ryan Parker in St. Norbert Local. Why are we leaving the language of associate members in the Constitution?
Thank you for the question. So this is language that will have to be looked at a later date. It's been directed by the minister. That's something that we will be looking at. It's just we're not there yet. And these changes are, as Murray already indicated, consequential to our ratification of the treaty yesterday. So these are things that will be on the horizon.
Are there any other questions? Somebody want to call question? Question's been called. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, that motion is carried. I'll find out if it's unanimous online and come back to you in a minute. And Murray has a third one, right?
So this will be the last resolution. It's resolution 4 of 4. And just before I read it, I'm going to read it only in part. You'll notice that the resolution itself is just about a page and a half. Attached to it is a Schedule A of something entitled the Red River Métis Finance and Administration Act. I am not going to read the 10 or 11 pages into the record. This act has been distributed both during the consultations. Today, it's in your kits, and we'll find the right wording for the record to be able to identify it. But I think I'll just maybe briefly explain it just before I talk about it. So one of the things we've been talking about is how the Red River Métis government is going to leave the corporate world and it's going to move into a true self-government. So right now, under the Corporations Act, there are certain rules and provisions that the MMF has followed, a few of them, in terms of finances, how you prepare your financial statements, accountability, and so on. And you'll remember yesterday, one of the jurisdictions we talked about was procedures, structures, accountability, and what have you. So there's going to be a bit of a gap. And if you were to look at this act, you'd see about 80% of it deals with audits. And this is the reason why we're bringing it forward in large part. Under corporate law, auditors have certain rights and protections in order to do their job. Your government has always had auditors in and presented audited financial statements. I know it will continue to do so. But there was a bit of a concern that auditors might say to us, well, wait a sec, we heard you're no longer under corporate law. Yes. So where's our protection? Where do we get, coverage for the things we're used to? So there's going to be a gap, and this act is going to fill that gap. And that's by and large what you're doing. I'll also say that this act, although you're being asked to pass it or pass the resolution today, as I read it, you'll see it won't become effective or kick in until the treaty kicks in. So when the treaty kicks in, you're out of MMF Inc. There's a gap. We want to fill it. This will be, I believe, passed today. It will be effective. It'll be what we like to hope is seamless transition. And you'll see at the very end of the act, it even at 22 under transition says the auditor who's in place on effective date will continue for that financial term. So we don't want there to be any issues or any questions, but it's going to be business like usual for you in terms of how your government has and will continue to account and provide you with financial accountability. So with that in mind, I'm now going to read it. Resolution of the Manitoba Métis Federation Extraordinary General Assembly, June 3 and 4, 2023, to enact the Red River Métis Finance and Administration Act. Whereas the Red River Métis anticipates entering into the Red River Métis Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Treaty, the treaty, which will be ratified by the Red River Métis at an Extraordinary General Assembly and by the Parliament of Canada by federal implementation legislation. And whereas the treaty will take the Manitoba Métis Federation, MMF, out of the Manitoba Corporations Act, such that its rules respecting finance and administration will no longer apply to the MMF. And whereas it is desirable to ensure that certain rules respecting finance and administration continue to apply to the MMF as the government of the Red River Métis, with such changes as are appropriate for self-government. and whereas it is in the best interests of the Red River Métis that these rules be set out in the Red River Métis laws, and whereas the MMF Finance and Administration Act may be revised or expanded as the needs of the Red River Métis evolve over time. And whereas a resolution in substantially the same form to this resolution was adopted and approved by the MMF Cabinet at a meeting of February 27, 2023, therefore be it resolved that the Manitoba Métis Federation Extraordinary General Assembly 1 adopts and approves the Red River Métis Finance and Administration Act as attached hereto as Schedule A to become effective on the effective date of the treaty. And the attachment for the record is Schedule A, Red River Métis Finance and Administration Act, as it appears attached to a copy of the resolution dated June 4, 2023. And I understand it's being moved by Minister Campbell and
Minister Campbell, this resolution that stands in your name, is this your resolution?
Good morning. Yes, it is. This is my motion to put forward the Finance and Administration Act.
Okay. Is there a seconder?
Yes, Denise Thomas, I'm the seconder.
Okay. Now, pardon me. There's a very extensive Appendix A that, as Murray said, you've seen it before. It's in your kits, and so I understand that that he hasn't read that. But my understanding of this resolution is that we're going to continue to pay attention to accountability. That the General Assembly, who approves the auditors, is still going to do that. That's still your power. And so this is more of a continuance, moving from one stage to the next in substantially the same financial accountability as we have right now. Is that your understanding? Question's been called. All in favor? Hang on, we got a late question here. Go ahead.
So I'm James Lavely, Winnipeg Region, co-chair of the Bison Local. So my understanding is that this, coming out of the treaty, so we're not underneath the Corporation Act, so the power to decide the financial reporting procedures will be held solely by the President and Cabinet of the day, future, right? So, and this is my opinion, leaves the door open for future governments to choose substandard reporting procedures. In return, this gives little authority to the assembly to balance that power. This seems like we're leaving the financial future of the next generations up to chance. So if the goals of our government are to be seen as a nation amongst nations and to protect future generations, why have we not chosen to codify a minimum financial reporting standard into this law? Why does this law not reaffirm our government's and all successive governments' will to uphold the highest international reporting standards? Future Red River Métis are deserving of not only of the highest reporting standards. We cannot leave this up to the whim of future governments. This is why I'm speaking against this resolution.
All right. I don't see that as the intent, and I don't think that was the intent of I'll ask the mover.
The intent of the resolution was to make sure that there is no break in our reporting. There is no break in our accountability with our finances. MMF, and you all know this, has always been accountable to our citizens. This is not going to change that. So I'm not sure, there was a lot of words said there. There was a lot of words said there from that previous speaker, which to me, I wasn't really sure what he was trying to ask or trying to imply. But that cabinet has never not reported our finances. And so this act is something that's going to ensure that nothing breaks in terms of our reporting. That was the intent of this act. We've always been accountable financially to this assembly, and that's not going to change. So I'm not sure where the implications are that we're trying to change any of the things that we're doing, but we're not. This will continue for us to report to this assembly year after year after year. And we've always said this money doesn't belong to us. Yesterday was an historical day. That wasn't for us. That was for your children, your children's children, and so on and so forth. It's not meant for us. We are not going to benefit from this. You are. So this Finance and Administration Act is a start for us to ensure that we're accountable both financially and administratively to you, to this assembly, and you're the one that's going to approve what we do, how we spend the money, and what we spend it on. And I'll tell you, over this last few years, the number one thing that we've always focused our attentions on is our citizens. What is it that we can continue to provide to our citizens no matter what? And I think that's gonna, I don't even think I know that's gonna continue for years to come, whether it's us in that seat or anybody else in that seat.
Okay. Now, I may give a supplemental, but I've got a point of order from Dr. Lucier from the Bison Local Winnipeg Region. And on a point of order, we have to stop discussion and deal with the point of order. What is the point?
Okay, it's good. The point of order has now been, actually, I think being pushed, that the question that was raised is by the individual is out of order because it's talking about something that's not part of that. So, but let me be clear to the gentleman there. I don't know how long you've been with the Federation. It's going to be important. It's important to know that because the Federation, since I've been president, 26 years now, have never, ever not put a financial statements in our information. The Federation, its accountability is next to none, anywhere in this country. So it's good to ask questions, but hopefully your question is to make it better, not to find wrong. Okay, so that's where I'm asking you, if you look at your own constitution, it states clearly in there, we have to actually put our audit in the website. We have to report to this assembly. Every penny is reported to this assembly. So anyways, I'm not going to spend too much time trying to answer you because what we've done is again shown a second time of our responsibility. Under the corporations branches, there's rules applying to how financial statements are to be reported, et cetera, et cetera. The rules under a corporation. Now remember, we're leaving a corporation. So the MMF had to put a system in term that once the corporation dies, and it will die, and the Federation government comes up, it has to have something in the middle. The financial statements, the financial reporting will continue to advance, the rules and conducts around it will continue to develop, like any government. But we had to set something up in the interim. We can't be without any financial rules while we continue to grow. So that's why that interim system was set up that you're reading about, talking about. It doesn't have this, it doesn't have that, so I need more clarity on this. Because it's just an interim system until we continue to evolve. We're taking an entire corporation and throwing it out the door. So we got to create new rules, new systems, conflict of interest, all these things that have to come back to the assembly. One of the greatest strengths we have, and I fought for this vigorously. Remember this on your behalf, young man. I fought to Canada. They wanted us to take out our constitution that these people in here, including part of me, but way before me, built it. And I said, there's no way in hell this constitution is being thrown out for anybody, not including the government of Canada, the province of Manitoba, or anyone else. This constitution is our governing institution, just like the Constitution of Canada. So the financial system is an interim system as we move out of corporations. It'll continue to evolve and grow as we move forward. You'll see more stuff coming. It's just not, we can't put everything together there right now. It's just too much. It'll take us too long. You could have one just to clarify you once and for all.
Thank you.
Answer your question.
So to be very clear, I'm in favor of the direction we're going.
Yeah.
My concern was that because we're not under the Corporations Act, and this interim measure does not specifically say that we're going to follow like an internationally accepted accounting principles.
Well, there is not a doubt. Okay, I'll just answer you that question.
That.
Simplified for you is this. Once you get an external auditor, what's your name, young man?
James Ladler.
Okay, the international rules as they govern and pass is called CAPIA or
Right.
CPA.
Yeah, like,
all that damn language, all the abbreviations. But the point is this, once you get an auditor, an external auditor, you got no more say. That external auditor has all the powers to review all the financials, all of expenditures, and report their findings. That's the power that's vested in them as auditors. You can't go tell them what to say, nor you can tell them, no, you can't look at that. They have the right to look at everything once you hire them. So when you're talking about who's looking at these numbers, an external body. It's not me, I'm not, Davy Chardon's not looking at this. It's an external body that's doing it. So I hope if you want to ask these type of questions, you also understand the rules on the other side. The auditors have rules and they have a Bible they got to follow. So when these audits are being done, they're independent of us. We have no say. Okay? Yeah.
Okay, I have to rule on the point of order, which is, the question is out of order. It's a very important question, but it's been answered. And Murray, did you want to? No, okay. So, David Gray, do we have another question online? Third floor. They're coming down? Oh, they're online.
Hello. Bonjour tout le monde. Je veux dire merci, bravo à notre gouvernement d'avoir réalisé l'impossible, ce qui a été considéré longtemps impossible, et c'est-à-dire de réaliser un pas de plus envers la vision de Louis Riel. Et nos ancêtres seraient très fiers de nous aujourd'hui, je n'en doute pas, mais je pense qu'ils auraient aussi un petit pincement de cœur. I'm just said in my language, thank you, bravo, congratulations to our government for doing what seemed impossible for so many years, and that is taking us one step closer to realizing the inclusive vision of Louis Riel, our ancestors, two of my ancestors. And I know they would be extremely proud of us today, of you, our government, who's worked so hard. And I also know they would have un pincement de cœur. They would have just, their heart is breaking just a little bit, because in this historic celebration over 2 days, we've not yet heard one word of français, la langue de nos ancêtres. And so I'm not here to complain. It's a day of joy, of pride, of celebration, but I wanted it to be on the record that someone stood up, thanked and congratulated notre gouvernement dans la langue de nos ancêtres. The language of 60% of people in Red River in 1870, and they worked really hard, but they didn't quite wipe us out. And I know that our government tells us that you have our backs. I believe it. You also tell us never to give up. And so what I'm saying today, because I believe in lighting a candle instead of cursing the darkness, that I pledge work with our government, with Conseil Alzéar Goulet, my local, to make sure that our language, culture, heritage, le français, the contributions of French-speaking Métis are recognized, and that we can feel part of this exciting new chapter, and mainly that French-speaking Métis can come out of the darkness and into the light. And as our ancestors would say, vive les Métis!
All I can say is oui, oui. There is not a doubt that the French-speaking Métis is such a prevalent importance in the process. You got to remember, Riel actually fought to defend the French language in the territories, and still we defend that today. We've been pushing Canada now for over 2 decades to get support for our ability to translate even all of our works and information, our newsletters, into French, and to no avail. We've got another application right now for over $3 million, trying to make sure that we get the resources to start doing as many pieces of our website designs into French, because it's part of the rules of the country, of the law of today. And that's, remember, that issue you see today about French is not just Quebec. Our people actually fought for that. If you look at a case by a Métis individual, he took it all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada on a little traffic ticket, and he ended up winning. That French language needed to be the right to that. But let me tell you how important that is to us. We are pushing, it's on our agenda, and we are making it clear that we have a legal responsibility, but also a moral and political responsibility for our people. But we're not stopping there. The treaty and the self-government agreement will be translated into Michif. And we're not stopping there. We're not stopping there. The treaty and the self-government agreement will also be translated in Braille, because we want to make sure disability have a right to read what is there. So, as French language, English language, Michif language, and Braille, and all the rest we can, that is part of the decision of Cabinet to go in that direction already. So, thank you for bringing that to our attention. It's very important. I don't know where you are now. If you're upstairs. Sorry, I'll go see you after. Anyways. Thank you for telling us you're here. But again, it's important that you're absolutely right. We need to work together to fight to ensure that the government of Canada has a fiduciary responsibility and a principal responsibility to give us resources so we can put stuff in the French language that is the law of the land that we helped fight back in 1870, okay? I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Merci, madame, but you're out of order. But thanks for raising it. It's a very important question, because as we saw in the treaty yesterday, that is being translated into French. And some have said, well, we've got it translated into Michif. And if we have all the language, all of the words, we're going to do that too. So is there any more questions? There's none online. Questions been called. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? One abstention. Okay, thank you, young man. We'll check online, but I think we're done.
Mark, can I just make
Yes.
one closing comment, please?
Yes.
I just want to thank everyone for the conversation, for the discussions, and for the question, because finance usually never really gets a lot of conversation happening. Even if it's a French language issue, I really appreciate that she snuck that one in there. Because you have to do it when you can do it. But I really want to thank everyone for the questions that have been asked around this Finance and Administration Act. And it's not the first time that you'll see it coming forward. As President Chartrand has said, this is something that we're building. And it's something that we'll bring forward, of course, to our citizens. So I want to thank everyone for supporting this resolution and for allowing us to continue doing this work in terms of our accountability. So thank you.
Boy, it was getting interesting there for a while. Hey, well, listen, I hate to break the news to you, but our business outlined in the notice for the extraordinary assembly is complete. And so don't anybody go anywhere, because we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to do the draws and all of that. So with that, the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved by John Fleury, seconded by Clem Chartier. All in favor? Woo! Opposed? Good. Give yourselves a big hand. And because I just may have forgotten, who are we? Yeah, good on you. after lunch, and hopefully we'll be out of here by 2:30, 3.
Holy cow. Hi. Good afternoon. Is it still afternoon? No, it's still good morning. Before I do the closing prayer, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to our president, David Chartrand, for his dedication and hard work to ensure the vision of our ancestors was fulfilled. Thank you to the MMF cabinet and all who had a part in the treaty consultations. Thank you to our Canadian government who finally opened up the doors so we can move forward. And thanks to all of you for your part in ensuring a brighter future for generations to come. Let's pray. God, our Creator, we come before you collectively to offer our praise and gratitude for a great and successful EGA. We appreciate the time we had to enjoy one another. We're grateful for the opportunity to learn more about all the good things the Red River Métis government continues to do to move us forward in a positive direction. Thank you for all they do to benefit our Métis Nation for generations to come. We lift up our Métis leaders to you, Lord, and all those associated with them, and ask for double blessing as they continue with the sometimes difficult task before them. Impart them with your wisdom, strength, and courage. Be their guide in all things. And Creator, help everyone at this assembly be supportive and willing to do their part to ensure the continuation of this important work. Until we meet again, I ask that you bless us in every way, Lord, and keep us safe and free from illnesses and other dangers. Let us love one another and treat each other with respect, no matter what the circumstance. Let your mighty angels guide us all safely home. Thank you for your love and for blessing the Red River Métis. I pray this through our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
And remember, we're going to do those prizes after the break. We're going to take about 15 minutes, and it's still not too late for the Infinity Women 50-50 draw, which is going to support the bereavement fund. At 1 o'clock, we'll close that, and right at 1 o'clock. Thanks. And there's a lot of iPads, iPods. We're going to have a PowerPoint presentation about what is actually up for free We're going to have a bit of a ceremony to honor some of the people that have done such good work over the years. And there's a bit of a protocol for this. And one protocol that we have to remember, everybody in this room, we keep the noise down and be respectful of our guests. So I hate to say it in that tone, but that's what we have to do. So I'm going to introduce Brad Robertson, who's the Chief of Protocol from the province of Manitoba. And we're about to have the Platinum Jubilee Medal ceremony. And so if I can just have Brad come up, and he will be the MC for the rest of the event.
Thanks very much, appreciate it. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brad Robertson, the Chief of Protocol for the province of Manitoba, and it's my absolute pleasure to be the Master of Ceremonies for this afternoon's event. At this time, I ask that you please rise for the entrance of Her Honour, the Honourable Anita Neville, Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba, which will be followed by the playing of the Vice-Regal Salute. And I ask that you please remain standing and sing, if you choose, for the playing of O Canada. And with that, I welcome Her Honour to bring greetings. Please be seated.
Good afternoon. What a wonderful crowd. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon, to join you on this very historic day, and to celebrate the community and to celebrate service. As Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba, and as we gather for this ceremony today, I honor, acknowledge that we are gathered on Treaty 1 land and in the heartland of the Red River Métis. What a pleasure indeed. This beautiful and diverse province is also the ancestral and the present-day home of the Anishinaabe, the Cree, the Dakota, and the Dene peoples. I also recognize that northern Manitoba includes lands that were and are the ancestral lands of the Inuit. Together, we will continue to work to hear truths, to advance understanding, opportunity, and healing for all. The work of building healthy, safe, prosperous, and vibrant communities is never over. And in this community, it's taking off right now. It's a job that can be handed down from generation to generation, just as this unique assembly is the product of 2 centuries of struggle for the Métis rights. Building a better society requires dedication from people of all ages, from all walks of life, people who pose questions, people who find answers, who build enthusiasm and see the work through. Last year across Canada, we commemorated the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, the 70th anniversary of the accession to the throne of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, by celebrating community leadership and public service. Public service was a central theme throughout Her Majesty's very long reign, and countless Canadians reflected on public service last fall during the time of mourning after her passing. 1,000 Manitobans were selected for this honor, recognizing service to community and country, reconciliation, and public service. The Manitoba Métis Federation identified 40 individuals for this medal in recognition of outstanding dedication to others and for the great accomplishments your community has made for Manitoba and Canada. As recipients of the Platinum Jubilee Medal, each of these great Manitobans brings the service of public life to reality. They lead by example. They take personal responsibility for making their community, their province, and their country a better place to be. So today, to all of today's honorees, I invite you to wear the medal that you will receive with pride and with satisfaction. You have the opportunity to show others how they can find their own route to public service and community leadership. Congratulations, and thank you all for giving us so many more reasons to love this province and love its people. Thank you for being here. Thank you for having me here. Merci, miigwech.
Thank you, Your Honour. On February 6th of last year, Her late Majesty celebrated her 70th year since accession to Queen, which is aptly described as the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. And while we were all saddened to hear of the news of Her late Majesty's passing, her unprecedented 70 years of service to the Commonwealth realm will continue to be celebrated. Traditionally, the federal government has issued thousands of medals for previous jubilees to honour deserving Canadians from coast to coast to coast, including the Silver, Golden, and Diamond Jubilee medals. So when provincial protocol officers learned of the news that Ottawa would not be proceeding with a Platinum Jubilee medal, we knew we had to act. So I do want to take this moment to thank Premier Stephenson for her willingness and enthusiasm to partner with Alberta, Nova Scotia, Saskatchewan, and New Brunswick to proceed with a Provincial Queen's Platinum Jubilee Medal. And I also want to thank President Chartrand for his willingness to partner in this program, which has culminated in the Manitoba Métis Federation honouring 40 recipients. Thank you both. It is a tangible display of reconciliation and partnership between the provincial and Métis governments. This medal displays the Queen's effigy on the obverse and each province's coat of arms and floral emblem on the reverse. In Manitoba's case, this is the heraldic shield accompanied by 2 prairie crocuses. A portrait of the medal design was sent to Buckingham Palace and approved by Her late Majesty herself, and this medal is displayed on the table to my right. And with that, let us proceed with the ceremony. I ask the Premier to come forward and stand to Her Honour's right, and I ask President Chartrand to come forward and stand to Her Honour's left. Sorry, the portrait of the medal that was sent to Buckingham Palace is being held by President Chartrand now. Okay, to the recipients at the front, when your name is called, I ask you to proceed to the front and first shake hands with President Chartrand. Walk across the table and shake hands with Premier Stephenson. And finally, a handshake with Her Honour, the Lieutenant Governor. At this time, a professional photo will be taken after you receive your medal and certificate by the Lieutenant Governor. And you are then asked to proceed back to your seat. The first recipient, as selected by the Manitoba Métis Federation, is Alfred Anderson. Can you make that work, Doug? That's it, thank you. The next recipient is David Boudin. Mona, be yours. Anita Campbell. Eldon Campbell. Andrew Carrier. Adrienne Carrier. Dee Chaboyer. Sharon Chartrand. Robert Church. Joan Church. Verna Demontier. Mildred Dorian. Daryl Furland. Peter Fleming. John Fleury. Marielle Goche. Richard Janai. Morgan Ginter. William Gooden. Armand Jerome. Richard Kizik. Janine Crouchy. Gelida Lajamodiere. Joan Ledoux. Judith Mayer. Sean Nolt. Vincent Parento. John Parento. John Park. Muriel Parker. Joanne Remillard. Donald Roulette. Barbara Smith Laverly. Linda St. Cyr Sarek. Denise Thomas. Alyssa Thomas. Murray Trachtenberg. Brandy Vesna. Beverly Webb. And the last recipient this afternoon, as a selection of the Premier of Manitoba, President David Chartrand. And I'll ask you once again to please give a joyful and spirited round of applause for all of the MMF recipients of the Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Medal. The MMF had the equal largest allocation of medals, and this is by far the largest ceremony we've conducted this in front of. So thank you. And with that, I now invite the Premier of Manitoba, the Honourable Heather Stephenson, to bring greetings. Premier.
Well, thank you very much, Brad, and good afternoon, everyone. I just want to start off by congratulating each and every one of you for the ratification of your treaty, which I think is one of the most exciting things that is happening, not just in Manitoba, but right across our country. Congratulations to all of you. So it's an honor to join Her Honor and President Chartrand today at the Red River Métis Extraordinaire General Assembly to recognize 40 deserving Manitobans with the Queen's Platinum Jubilee Medal today. And thank you to President Chartrand for the invitation to participate in that today. In the planning stages of this wonderful medal program, I was adamant that the criteria be focused on community-mindedness, service, and reconciliation, and today's recipients are a wonderful representation of those qualities. I look out upon this wonderful recipients and in the room and to all of you today, and I'm so incredibly proud to be a Manitoban. It is because of all of you and your fellow recipients that Manitoba is considered the volunteerism capital of Canada, and it's because of you that our province is such a wonderful place for all of us to call home. Each of you have achieved so much, both individually and collectively, through your selflessness and commitment to others. You are immensely deserving of this honor, and I thank you on behalf of all Manitobans for your service, your dedication, and your contributions to our wonderful province. Thank you, merci, and miigwech.
So again, firstly, let's congratulate the recipients that have been chosen, and let's give them one more round of applause. I personally want to thank the Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba that has come out of her busy schedule. Trust me, she's a busy lady, and she wanted to make sure she was here. She's very connected to our family, the Métis Nation at the Red River. She's been a big fan of our people for many years, so she feels like she's at home here, and she feels the warm reception from each and every one of you. So thank you for coming. I've spoken to the Premier and also the Lieutenant Governor about reminding them of our affiliation to the Crown. We will never forget the intervention of the Crown back in 1870. And when John A. Macdonald was seeking to get a military to attack us in the West, the Crown interfered and basically stated, we are not sending no army, nor are we selling the land until you deal with those uprising with the half-breeds in the West. So that's when the famous words from John Macdonald come, we are treating with the half-breeds. So I want to tell you, Lieutenant Governor, we do not forget our affiliation to the Crown. Also, again, want to thank the Premier. She was actually walking today in the Pride Parade. Kudos to her, and I want to tell her again right here, I think we're the first government, Métis government, I don't even know about other governments, but for sure, without question, the first to have ever an LGBTQ+2 local anywhere in Canada. So I'm very proud of that in our government and the way we think and the way we're inclusive of everyone. So I want to thank again the Premier for attending today. The Premier and I will be making some announcements in the next little while. I can't reveal them right now, but we will be making some announcements coming up. And I want to again express my gratitude to the Premier. Our relationship is very good. We went through some hard times, but now there's many good times. I could text the Premier anytime in the evening, she'll text me back. So we have a very close relationship, and we enjoy this partnership, and we look forward to great things to come. So again, Premier, thank you very much for coming. So in our ways, in our customs, you guys go home now. We have some fun to do. We have some partying to do. So I want to thank them each for coming. They don't realize what's coming up next for us. we're actually giving away a lot of prizes and then draws and fundraising. We do our own fundraising for funerals and so forth. Fort, I almost said fart. I'm turning like Will Good on here, huh? Let me tell you that story, you know. And I don't have to remind the people here. I think I got a little too graphic. But let me share it anyway. Yesterday, there was such an emotion in this crowd. Most you can feel it as you walk by here, upstairs, all across Canada. There's satellite offices and people are watching everywhere in Canada. Right now, our citizens we're proud that we have people from the United States and Ottawa, Toronto, Vancouver, our Red River citizens that have come home and are joining us. So Will was talking about his emotion, his feeling, what this is doing to him. He said, this is making me hard. So he didn't mean to say that negatively, but he's going to have to live with that for the rest of his life. So as you know, Premier, you got to be careful with your words when you're speaking in public. But again, I want to personally, on behalf of all of our people that listening on the internet, listening at home, watching from at home, those in the satellite offices, personally, again, I want to thank you for coming here, Lieutenant Governor, and of course, you, Premier, for showing up and respecting our Métis Red River. Thank you again very much. The gift that you're about to give to both the Lieutenant Governor and the Premier, this is actual buffalo hide. And this is for her when she's doing her work, traveling around, and you'll see the Métis government stamp on it. But this is pure buffalo hide. This is not fake letter from China, tell me, I tell you. So, of course, the Lieutenant Governor, you see, always busy with so many files, and now she can know that every time she opens it, she'll remember the Red River Métis government love voted them. Thank you very much.
And I'll ask that you give one more round of applause for a man who needed no introduction, President Chartrand. As we conclude the ceremony, I ask that you please rise for the singing of God Save the King. That was certainly the full version of God Save the King. And I'll ask you to remain standing for the departure of Her Honour. This concludes the ceremony. I wish you a pleasant afternoon. Thank you, Mercy, Miigwech.
Okay. I just want a sense from the crowd. We could take a break, but that's going to delay us. Or let's keep going, right? Okay. Will, where's Will?
Rock and roll. How's everyone out there? I want you all to forget everything I said yesterday, especially that one thing. I had a friend of mine texted me after, because some people say you have to wear your sash on one side and it means this, or you wear your sash on the other side and it means that. And I wear my sash in the middle. He says, now I know why. I'm going to lead with that joke from now on because the duck jokes don't work. So we're going to keep rocking and rolling here. I think we're going to have... Pardon me? Oh my God. You went into my yearbooks, didn't you? That's my yearbook picture from grade 11, I think. Yeah, it was Spirit Week, and I thought I was tough, but those of you who went to school with me know I was anything but. Although I am today, so watch it. We're going to keep going. Hi, Anita, I still love you. We're going to keep going with the prizes, I believe. So if we're going to, while we're taking some of the things down here, I'm going to do a few. I'm not sure how many prizes are left. 8 President's Packs. 8 President's Packs. What do we have coming up? Just so people know. President's Pack, what's coming up after that so we can, those guys pull it up. Just tell me what you got there. That's it? So just the President's Pack and then the IWS auction. After the silent auction? That's what I'm thinking. So tell me what free gifts we have. We have President's Pack. 3D printers. Oh, cool. JD Hawk's book.